Hello, hello, hello. It's me, Bunn. And today, we're going to continue playing Umineko after like a month. Yay! Yay! I hope I remember all of the voices. Hello there, Chroma. Hopefully I remember the voices. And if I don't remember the voices, oh well. Okay. Here we go. Stop. Okay, there it goes. Episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see you still haven't surrendered. The Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance at victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy your game with the witch to your heart's content. The difficulty level is equal for both you and the witch. Love it. Here we go. This story is very obviously fictional. It's not fucking real. We know that. Of course it's fucking not real. It's fake. Fake story. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of Grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty, was always given strict orders to never touch it. But that just made me want to touch it. I think I need to turn the audio down a little bit for the game. A little bit. Like a smidge, like a touch. Maybe. Okay, is that good? Ba ba ba. Okay. But that just made me want to touch it. It looked light and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave an indescribable sense of dignity. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as Grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just the brush of a finger by someone like me would. Like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. It disappeared, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that, because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather will probably scold me, probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. As mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather, one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. Good day to you, princess. Beatrice! What? Oh my. Why are you crying so and on a day so well suited for a tea party? I broke Grandfather's precious vase. What? Grandfather's gonna get mad at me. I don't know what to do. I see, that is worrying. The master really treasured this particular vase, didn't he? Imagining how he'll punish you scares even me, Beatrice. Grandfather was a very frightening person, and when you failed to follow something he said even once, you would become so mad with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, Princess. But if you need magic that will prevent the master from scolding you, I might be able to manage something. Really? Yes, if you'll be gracious enough to believe in my power, Princess. The power of belief is the source of magic. Miracles only appear before those of great faith. I believe in your power, Beatrice. So please, fix this vase. Please. If that is what you want, Princess, then leave it to me, Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse at Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Were they words? Or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they'd been on display, reassembling into their original form. Incredible! See? Now it's back to normal. This way, you won't have to get yelled at by the master. Beatrice, you really are amazing. You can fix broken vases like it's nothing. That's not true. Returning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing to do. My magic can only make it remember what it once was for a short time. But the vase really turned back to the way it was, right? Correct, but that doesn't mean the vase has avoided its fate of being broken. All I did was temporarily get the broken vase to remember its form before it broke. I have not yet attained the high levels of magical power that might be used to restore a broken fate to its original form. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the vase was broken. Beatrice let me see the vase being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she'd changed the fate of the vase being broken. And so, the vase remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, "Let's fix the vase." She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic. It is very easy to break something. After all, you didn't need magic to break that vase, Princess. Then, is fixing stuff really hard? It is. It's so hard that you broke down crying, unsure of what to do. Does that mean magic is easier to use when doing terrifying things? That breaking and killing is really easy, but fixing and reviving things is really hard? That's right. With magic, it is far easier to break and kill. That's why weak witches lose to temptation and become intoxicated with gathering easy power for themselves, neglecting their true magical training. Real magic is the power to repair, to revive, to summon happiness that has disappeared, to summon love that has grown cold. And it can even summon a smile to the face of a princess who has forgotten how. Then, Beatrice, since you managed to fix that vase, does that mean you're an incredible witch? My days of training are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the vase forget its fate for even an hour. I'm sure my teacher, who taught me magic, would have been able to restore the vase to its original form forever. So, if it kept breaking and breaking, she'd be able to fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are considered to be an endless witch. That is the endless level that all witches ought to reach. We offer the utmost respect to those witches and call them by that title. An endless witch. That's right. To witches with the power to mend things endlessly, the concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss. I wonder if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? It is a long, long, difficult path, you see. I want to become a witch. I want to find happiness. Beatrice, I want to become your disciple. Do you have even a trace of doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. I understand. Then, until you get tired of me, I will make you my disciple. Will you call me teacher? Yes, teacher. That's a good answer. Then from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn the proper use of magic, doing our best to reach that blissful level. Yes, teacher! This is fun so far. There she is. Do I remember her voice? We'll see. Ah, Dream. That face takes me back. And Endless Witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card. Every once in a while, being called that can be quite satisfying. I trained so many days to achieve that rank. It'd be a bit of a waste if I never got a chance to appreciate it. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. Hey, OBS, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom. I remember what teacher told me. When one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. And that's what makes me think that teacher couldn't ever have reached that level. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom, and that's the beginning of eternal torture. But it all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they've reached. Now that I've earned the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish I could speak with teacher again. Is happiness really what lay at the end of our training? And just what is happiness? I wish I could talk with her about that now. Training has no end. When you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. I recalled those words as though she'd answered me directly. I see, so I'm immature, am I? How amusing, how truly amusing. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What, did they break their toy again? Beatrice-sama, this guy stopped moving again. And I haven't had nearly enough fun yet. What a pathetic man. But I haven't gotten a chance to play it all yet. Let me play. Be silent, filth. If you keep devouring him like starving dogs, of course he'll keep breaking right away, no matter how well Beatrice-sama fixes him up. You broke him the most, Satan-y. You just don't know what holding back means. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive my stupid little sisters. Fix him quickly! I'm next! Must you keep up that infernal racket? Eek! A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. Now, you may be wondering, oh, will each of them have their own distinct voices? They're gonna have whatever voices I come up with at the time. There's no way I can remember that many characters. I'll do what I can do. I'll do my fucking best, but that's like it. That's all I can promise. I'll try. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. It's hard for even me to remember its original form in this state. Better to make it remember for itself, perhaps. Oh well. I waved my golden pipe. I will consume pizza after we get to the fun little title card. That'll be fun. That'll be a good stopping spot. For a break. Then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? After all, right now, you pretty much look like a huge lump of scrap meat. I've no idea which part is your arm and which is your leg. Unless you remember, I won't even be able to recall your face. By the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which part should go with which part, and where should join with where. That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. That's it. Good, good. Good morning. Have you woken up, Ushuramiya Battler? How ironic that your true nightmare begins after you awaken. Fuck, dude! Ow! If you would just accept that I am a witch, you'll quickly wake up from this nightmare and I'll send you to heaven. I am the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no escape from this hell without my approval. You call this hell? That's just useless. It's all useless. I'm impressed you can still talk like that, after experiencing the pain of death not once, like any normal human, but more times than I could count with all of my fingers. This is why I never get bored. I never get bored of you. Yeah, no boredom problem here. After all, I get my pick of those massive tit nachons with the dazzling asses in my harem. Thanks to that, I'm not likely to get bored for a while now. That's splendid. Otherwise, I would get bored too. So, my furniture. I've fixed him so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. All mine. I told you your turn's over. I'm next. Get away from him. Wonderful, isn't it, Battler-kun? Look how popular you are. Popular guys have it rough. Get in line, freaks. If you just stayed obedient instead of acting tough, this would go much easier. Nah, he's good like this. His screams feel so much better. Okay, let's not break him so quickly this time. Did you all hear me? You aren't running the show. Battler-kun, let's continue where we left off, okay? After they locked Jessica-chan's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the corpse's pocket, which was inside the room? Well, maybe that's it. They used a fishing line or something, just like the key, and sending just the key into the room through the crack of the door. Wrong. So naive. Of all the doors that exist on Rokenjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. He was wrong, right? Okay, this time it's me. My turn. Where should I strike? Me, back of the hand. No fair. Okay, then I've got the back of his other hand. I'll take the tip of his nose. Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Why? Don't be so slow, Levy and me. We've always done first come, first serve. Okay, I'll take the top of his foot. Me too. I'll take his shoulder, okay? You're sisters, right? Play nice with each other, okay? I can't believe you're still resisting. Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually gets us fired up? Sorry, but false courage and being stubborn are my specialties. No matter how you all try to confuse the issues, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with humans and tricks? Are you stupid? Know your place. It's okay, we don't have to force him to accept it. Soon he'll want to accept it so hard he'll start crying. Even now he really wants to kneel down on the ground pitifully and beg our forgiveness. He's broken already! Beatrice-sama! Well, Since they know I can revive him over and over, my furniture won't even hesitate to break him. Good grief. Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage. Come, Battler, remember your original form again. I'll toy with you to my heart's content. Understand? I see, I see. How truly pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. Ah, could this be the endless bliss witches gain at the endless level? I see, I see. Yes, this bliss certainly is amusing. I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Let's see what kind of murder play will unfold on the next game board. Come, bring it in. Let the next game begin, Ushiramiya Battler. Nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 15-minute break so I can consume food. Aye. Enjoy the seagulls. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Let me see what voice do I want to give this guy. Dang. Too bad Aneki hates cigarettes so much. Sorry, she's been pretty grumpy since last night. Please don't hold it against her. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Ava had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong wind gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. When did you start smoking cigarettes, Hideyoshi Nissan? Just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I sold. So you were already smoking when you met Aniki? Bet she's always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she's already completely given up on that. Men gotta be stubborn times like these. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Ava, they'd escaped to the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange. Oh god, who? Who? She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Nope. Nope. Wrong. Incorrect answer. Probably Hideyoshi. She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Is that so? To me, she looks just like the Aniki we've all known so long. That's just it. She's back to being Ava of the Ushiramiya family. But that ain't the Ava I know. Well, I know why she's grumpy. This family conference is gonna be a pain. Got that right. There's that plan to threaten money out of Kraus Nissan. We may call it a family conference, but it's gonna be just a sibling fight at this rate. Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret pact without Kraus. They were all facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast. And the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushiramiya head now that Kinzo spent his time shut up in his study. For a long time now, they'd vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Kinzo had lost interest in his own wealth, and they suspected that he'd started embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they turned a blind eye to it, while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Ava had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus. Rudolph-kun, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rosa's a president too. Well, as a hobby. That's right, sorry. Basically, we've all got responsibilities. Now that I've thrown down the gauntlet in front of the executive board, I've got to bring the money, even if it means getting down on my knees or drinking mud. Same here. I can't betray the employees who've trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I need to get some money out of Kraus Nissan, even if I have to grab him by the neck. Aneki and Aniki have always been at each other's throats. And now she's got to challenge Aniki head on. It's no wonder she's on edge. So Ava really has had a bad relationship with Kraus Nissan since long ago. Hasn't she talked about it? They were always at each other's throats. She never talks about the past, even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. She's always been brainy and shrewd. Her grades were good too. Compared to that, Aniki was just average. The simple fact she existed would have been pressure enough, but she kept boasting about it and driving him into a corner. That fool. Why drive him into a corner so openly? I'd hardly call that shrewd. No kidding. Aniki regretted being born a woman, so she probably couldn't forgive Aniki since he was chosen to succeed the head just because he was a man. She'd always boast to Dad, letting him see that she was better at every little thing. Father really is an old-fashioned person. Gender discrimination was part of his system of values. And I'll bet Ava's eagerness to prove herself made him dislike her a bit. God. Oh god, is this fucking Kinzo? I don't know. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Since you can still drink black tea without sugar, he was in effect saying that there was no need for women to study. Damn, okay. I guess. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in my despair, when I asked to go to college only to be denied by father. I protested that I needed to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushiramiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father's and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushiramiya family, the Ushiramiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it. And I've been even more careful not to take my father's name, Ushiramiya Kinzo, lightly. Our family is an old one, with many traditions, but it lost its wealth and business in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That was when father took control with his ingenious talent, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of that great Ushiramiya Kinzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushiramiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, father never acknowledged my efforts. To father, a woman was only meant to support a man, and nothing further than that was permissible. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years. But I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that Kraus, my older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushiramiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood he would naturally succeed father simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that, as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than Nissan, even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president, even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Ushiramiya family just because he was a man. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents, when she gets married, she obeys her husband, and when she gets old, she obeys her children. But that was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? I think the first time it was Kraus, but this time it's definitely Kinzo. The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. No, I was wrong. It's okay. Whatever. What do you mean by that, Nissan? Just as there are roles that only men can fill, there are also roles that can only be filled by women, correct? I do believe giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting the master of the house are roles that can only be filled by women. Are you trying to say there's no need for a woman to work or study? I wouldn't go that far. Talking to an unschooled woman is tiring and nothing more. However, women are even more tiring when they're too smart. I do believe that a woman as violently assertive as you would bring no end of hardship to her future husband. Are you trying to say that a woman has to marry and hide in the shadow of her husband? That's none of your business! Though you're my younger sister, I can look up to you for the respect you hold for father and your desire to become a daughter worthy of him. Even I am capable of feeling respect for such noble sentiments. That's just disgusting. What's this about noble sentiments? I'd call that flowery prose coming from you. Are you pretending to be the head already? The decision that I should succeed the headship has been established from the very beginning, and yet you seem to be laboring under the illusion that you might become the head, hence the useless and reckless efforts you've expended thus far. Reckless efforts? Is it really that bizarre for me to say I want to go to college? Yes, it is bizarre. You undoubtedly are the oldest daughter of the glorious Ushiramiya family. One day, you will support that family crest by being wed to the partner most valuable for father. However, excessive learning is not what's being asked of you. What you need are gentle feelings that will allow you to care for your husband, the ability to handle housework, and a humble demeanor that will reflect well on the master of your household. These are all skills you lack utterly. In the end, can you really call yourself a suitable daughter of the Ushiramiya family? I have no intention of being some secluded lady. I just want to become the person most capable of assisting father at his work. Then shouldn't you do so in a manner befitting an Ushiramiya family daughter? What is it with you? You're still mannish even at your age, and you've never learned how to wear makeup in a way that will please men, much less how to cook and do housework. I hear you've even been learning how to brawl. That's rude! The martial arts aren't brawling, they're a perfect way to train and discipline the mind. And when it's needed, I take more than enough care to act as a woman should. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men, so I mustn't be so forward? It isn't elegant to say it out loud, but I think a few unpleasant words are necessary in order to correct your mistake. So let me say it plainly. Women exist to serve men, and men exist to provide for women. A woman's job is to protect a man's back, to protect his house and raise his children. Most women realize this without being told. They realize it on their own. But even after all these years, you still haven't realized that about yourself. So I've decided to clear away that misunderstanding for you before you leave this family. You ought to thank me. This is an insult to all women! No, wait, I've never thought of myself as a woman, and I've never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades and accomplishments and everything, I'm better. So how can you look down on me when you have nothing I lack except for the fact that you're a man? It's about knowing one's place. Every day I have been raised with the readiness of one who will be head. In the future, that preparation will surely become essential. But you are different. Even though you will marry and lose the Ushiramiya family name, you're being trapped by this unnecessary illusion. What's your complaint? Even if you had... Okay. Complicated. What's your complaint? Even if you had been born a man, the successor to the headship still probably wouldn't have been you. Why are you so unsatisfied that you insist on attacking me even now? What's my complaint, you say? Nissan, you're always like that! Looking down on me because you'll succeed the head, even though... Ugh. What's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget, kept floating through the back of my mind. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. What's all this noise? God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Oh my god, bro. I have to take a sip of... Okay. God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Have you ever just wanted to shut up your children so badly? That's all you have to do. Father! But like both of them at the same time. He'd probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face. Kraus, are you fighting with your siblings again? Why don't you have the dignity to act as a leader for your brother and sisters? How shameful! I'm embarrassed to hear this from my eldest son. Fuck! In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. I readied myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit. My apologies, Father. Dignity isn't the only thing you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything, and even so you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that, and devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I will continue to strive so that I can become a person worthy of succeeding you, Father. It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by Father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special, about how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it, and finally spoke what was on my mind, even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Ushirimiya family to do such a thing. Father, please, tell me how I'm inferior to him. I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who won't bring shame to your name. Please, tell me how I'm inferior. How can I improve myself enough to earn your acknowledgement? That again? How many times do I have to say it before you'll understand? I expect nothing from you. Women should be women and just learn how to cook and sew. You aren't prepared at all as a woman. In you, I don't see a trace of the mindset needed to serve one's husband, to earnestly devote oneself to a man's needs. What good are you as a woman? Don't you realize that you're a daughter of the Ushirimiya family? And yet you only want to learn things so that you can act like a man. Your duty is not to imitate Kraus. Don't you even understand your own duty? As a member of the Ushirimiya family, I won't bring shame to your neck. That's it. That's where you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then you will devote yourself to your husband, give birth to children, and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Oh, no. That's still him yelling at her. His fucking daughter of questionable age wants to go to college. Probably a minor still. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? You have nothing. All you've done is to try and mimic Kraus, haven't you? Kraus will succeed the Ushirimiya family. If you are unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying you'll refuse to listen to what I say, even though you're my daughter? Get out! You're disinherited! I won't let you call yourself an Ushirimiya. Disinherited! Disinherited! I don't know which kid this is, but probably Kraus. Father, hang in there. Please, calm down. Genji-san, could you bring some water? Yes. Immediately. Ava, leave this place. He doesn't mean what he says. I will calm him down. Disinherited? If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited. He's fucking crying, goddamn. The way he cries is just the most pitiful thing I've ever witnessed. Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back, as if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at that moment, then I probably would be the one to get hit next. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me. Eva-sama, perhaps it would be better if you stepped outside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. But... Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking in dignity. Eva is always a stubborn tomboy. I have no son who's like a man, and not even a daughter who's like a woman. Where did I go wrong raising them? Why, Genji? When and where did I go wrong? Master, you haven't done anything wrong. Kraus-sama has grown into a sturdy son, and Eva-sama into a lovely daughter. You haven't made any mistakes. How can you say that? What's so lovely about her? Far from a lady, she's always acting like a man. Disinherited! Disinherited! Father, that's just what I'm always telling Eva. Eva has promised that she will have a change of heart and act like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that decision for just a little longer? Who's a lady? Disinherited! Disinherited! Go quickly and leave this to me. Kraus gave me a look telling me that. God. Yeah, well. Did I take the wrong path, just as Father and Nissan said? Okay, I'm gonna lay it out here. I'm gonna talk about other stuff we know. I get where she's coming from, but damn, you don't have to be a fucking bitch to Natsuhi. To fucking... It's just... Her bitchiness with Natsuhi is just an extension of her hatred of her brother. And I'm like, no, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that at all. It's like, I get where you're coming from, but this, no, you can't do this. It's so bad. It's just so bad. It's like, oh my god. Eva, what the fuck? She's like objectively correct right now, but she can't be doing that to Natsuhi. And to the fucking servants? My god. Oh my god. Hierarchy is destroying this family. Anyways. True, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. But, is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I've had a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Because I wanted to steal... Okay, because I wanted to steal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly, and women should be womanly. Womanly, whatever. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination, just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I mean, you couldn't back then, but you can now. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior, despite being a woman. But doesn't that mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I've got against Nissan? Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes, earning good grades and threatening Nissan, just to satisfy a childhood resentment? Oh my god, look at her. She's so cute. That's not it. You swore to me saying I will become the successor to the Ushirmiya family. You, the one whispering to me, was the me of my years as a young girl, born inside my heart on the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. When things got difficult, when I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all, she would always quietly appear and support me. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her. This music's neat. I, Ushirmiya Ava, will definitely become the head of the Ushirmiya family, and I'll triumph over that irritating, arrogant Kraus. On that day, we promised to do our best together to achieve that. That's right, we promised. On that day, I promised that I would become the successor to the Ushirmiya headship. On that day, when I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared from inside me and lent me your strength. Father didn't accept me. I wanted to teach Nissan a lesson. I believed that doing this would let me say goodbye to the wretched creature I once was. For a time, I truly believed that Oh my god. I have to turn this down a bit more in my head. It's so loud. Oof. For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful just remembering those days. They're a wound, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I turned my anger into effort and improved myself, trying to become a person more worthy of the headship than Kraus was, trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become the family head, but I thought that, maybe, if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely even Father would select me to be a successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan, who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable. That's right. If we can manage that, the wounds in our heart will be healed. We promised each other to do our best until that day comes. And now you're saying you're gonna break that promise? Scum. Coward. If only you'd just give up and die. Even though she looked like me as a kid, she was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine. It makes me pretty mad hearing that, even from myself. You have no right to speak of me like that. Then let's use that anger to fuel our learning. Changing anger into power is my magic. I've saved you from a bunch of tight spots with that power, letting you succeed when you shouldn't have. As long as you have my magic, there's nothing you can't do. That's right. Anger has always been my driving force. I wonder when it was I forgot that. If you can remember me again, that magic will become ours once more. Come on, let's turn that anger into power and study even harder, okay? I know we've still got a lot to learn. Let's go to college, study more and more, get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, but I'm sure he feels pretty well cornered on the inside. If only he'd just learned his place and die. If he did, we could become the head. Rudolph won't take the job. That kid can't go against us. Stop that. No matter how much more I study, Father still won't accept me. Why not? Father told me to be womanly. Because I'm a woman, no matter how hard I tried, Father wouldn't have passed the headship on to me, even if I had been born before Nissan. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't become anything more than a woman. I won't be acknowledged. Nissan doesn't try at all, but I can't surpass him. He'll look down on me forever. Father and Kraus are the worst kind of male supremacists. If only they'd just die. She cursed them for my sake. Words that I couldn't say so easily, she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside of me, I feel like she's the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes me to be dejected by reality, before I finally accept it. Thank you. You've done enough. Now that it's come to this, I'll become such a good lady that it'll shock even Father. I'll find an excellent man that Nissan can't even compare to. You can't do that! She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me, I understand. All Father said was that he won't let a woman succeed the headship now. But even that's just a rule Father made up. Since he made it, he can get rid of it. Human feelings can change far more often than the number of sand... Oh god. Human feelings can change far more often than the number of sand grains on a beach. Kraus is such a stupid man that Father's eventually gonna realize it, even if we don't prove it for him. When that happens, the wall that separates man from woman will be demolished by Father himself, who set it up in the first place. That day will surely come. How can you be so sure? Because that's my magic. If you just believe, this magic will surely summon a miracle. The basis of my magic is nothing more than your believing heart. If I use this magic, then surely I'll never have to doubt until the day that I die that I'll eventually become the head. But I don't know if that's the right thing for Ushiramia Ava. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady Father wants, someone who can proudly participate in high society. And if I'm reborn, maybe Father will change his opinion of me. Maybe I can find out my own lifestyle, just as Nissan has found his. And anyway, I just can't imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head. Especially if it means skipping over Kraus. You don't believe? I was just thinking. Maybe I can't succeed the headship, but as a woman, I can have a child. And Nissan still isn't engaged. If Nissan isn't able to father a child, and I gave birth to one, then wouldn't that make my child the next head after Nissan? In other words, wouldn't that mean the same thing as stealing the headship from Nissan? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. True, it'll be very sad to abandon the resolve I've had since childhood. It pains my heart to betray you, my younger self. But this is my most realistic option. Are you throwing away your dreams? And me as well? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm an adult, and the day has come for me to part ways with you. That's right. Ava's already become an adult. She's even forgotten how to use magic. And now she's the mother of a single child. She forgot all about how magic can grant one's own dreams, and now she's forcing those dreams onto her son. Even though Father and Kraus ruined your life, you're trying to push your dreams onto your son, ruining his life. Is that what you call being an adult? George is a son I'm proud of, one who won't embarrass himself no matter where he goes. The dream I wasn't granted might come true for George. Jessica's a delinquent in both her grades and her behavior. And she's a woman. If only Jessica would step down, George would become the heir. Even saying it was painful. Painful. Am I just forcing my own regrets onto George? It's not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. Wasn't I just horrible for hitting her with the same words that had caused me so much suffering? I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that. So I'll take revenge myself. I have a plan to cheat Nissan out of some of his money, with Rudolph and Rosa as my allies. I'll surely be able to get back at him. In any case, I'm sure that Nissan is embezzling Father's assets. What a boring plan. Why don't you just give up on that and cry yourself to sleep? We will become the Ushirimiya family head. Don't mistake what your dream is. And believe me when I say it'll definitely come true. Believe in my magic. If I believe, I wonder if any power will dwell in that magic. It will. My magic can grant any wish with certainty. I'll believe, so create a miracle with that magic. If you don't, the hole in my heart will never heal. Okay. Then listen well. Listen to my magic words. And understand. If we can solve the riddle, we can become the Ushirimiya family head. So lend me your ears and listen carefully. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. I like that it's like, kill your family members. Kill your family members and take the gold yourself. You got this, Ava. Thumbs up. Ava Nissan. It looks like we're about to arrive. When Kirie shook her shoulders, Ava jumped and awoke from her doze. Ah, I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Sorry to scare you. Aunt Ava, you were out cold. Did you get up early this morning? Maybe. I let you all see something embarrassing. I'm sorry. Well, I'd say it's pretty impressive you were relaxed enough to sleep. Battler kept yelling, "We're gonna fall! We're gonna drown!" Can't get bored with this guy around. Shut up! All humans have at least one thing they're weak against. Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, "Are you okay?" Get a hold of yourself. When you see Dad and the rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window. Let's all give it our best, okay? That's right. We have to keep it together, especially this year. That's it. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice that only Ava could hear. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Ava's expression probably looked tense as well. Mom, I have our luggage. Let's go up onto the deck. Thank you. You really are considerate, George. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? It's not like you, Mother. Ava, George, we're there. Grab our luggage. Ooh, we're there. Hey, Maria, stop running or you'll trip. It seemed Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. What is it, Mother? You feel sick? George, take our luggage and go on ahead. Your mother's probably feeling anemic, so I'll lend her a hand. Really? Okay, I'll head out first. Something odd in Ava's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made George go on ahead. Rudolph's family and Rose's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Ava and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Ava had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream. What's wrong? Why the meek face? I wonder if I'm using George as a tool for my own revenge. I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan has caused me to treat that child's life like a toy. What have I done? What have I... That isn't true. George is our wonderful son, and he'll always perform admirably wherever he goes. Ava, even if you let your own hopes get in the way a bit, everything turned out okay in the end, hasn't it? You haven't done anything wrong. In fact, George is grateful for the strict discipline you gave him, right? Really? Hey, really? George doesn't think I'm a terrible mother, does he? Does he? He's never said anything like that, not even once. You're just worrying too much. Hideyoshi-sama, everyone has left the boat. Oh, did you lose something? Do you need a hand? Kumasawa had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi had hid Ava behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen. Yeah, sorry. My necktie pin just got a bit crooked. We're fine, and we'll be out in a sec. Wait outside for us. Is that so? Then I will wait outside. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized something had come up and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too. It's about time to go. We'll make George and the rest worry. George really doesn't despise me? Yeah, nothing of the sort. In fact, he's very grateful. Did you have a nightmare? Again? Yes. Hideyoshi knew that Ava was often tormented by nightmares, and they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Ava's relationship with Kraus was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic, and that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she'd had as a child. That was a dream. I'm with you now. If I grasp your hand like this, that dream will go away. Right? Look, I'm holding tight. That hurts. Thank you. I'm fine now. Let's get off the boat. Yeah, let's get off the boat. Everyone's waiting for us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yelled at you about the smoke from your cigarettes just now. Come on, you normally wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing. You're all frail after having that dream. Don't worry about it. I was wrong for not realizing that the smoke was affecting you. Have you started to hate me? No way, no way. If I hated you after something like that, we wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Come on, stand up, stand up. Let's get off the boat. Hideyoshi-sama, Ava-sama, is everything all right? Are you not feeling well? This time it was Goda. It looked like they'd kept everyone waiting too long after all. Even Ava had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble, because that wasn't something a good wife would do. Is everything okay? If it's a matter concerning your health, shall I call Dr. Nanjo? Thanks, but I'm just feeling a little anemic. I'm fine now. It's a woman's disease. Don't worry about it. Come on, don't say stuff like that in front of people. It's embarrassing. Ooh, sorry. Ava elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand. Please, Ava-sama, your hand. Thank you. Welcome to Rokenjima. Welcome back. Huh? When she left the boat, it seemed to Ava as though she'd heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult, the voice of her young self was distant. Oh God. What am I living for? What can I do to release myself from this obsession? Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself. When Hideyoshi held on tightly to Ava's shoulders, his firmness alone told her that there was no need to say any more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Man, enjoying the Ava arc so far. It's Ava time is the name of this arc. Just like Arc 1 is, it's Natsuhi time. And then Arc 2 is, it's Rosa time. It's Ava time. Time for Ava. Oh, I guess Arc 2 is also very much Shannon heavy. Like Shannon and George, specifically. I guess Jessica, it's a lot of people's arcs. But it's about who has the gun. I think. What? You mean 6 years ago? I mean, I was still in elementary school back then, right? And it's pretty unfair to expect me to remember everything, don't you think? True. Especially because we were so young. We've grown a lot in these 6 years. If I hadn't been introduced, I might not even have remembered you. Ooh. I shouldn't drink sodas when I stream, because it just does this to my body. Anyways. Really? I figured he was Battler right away. And when he opened his mouth, I was sure.
Ooh, I just met him for the first time. Didn't know him 6 years ago. That's right. Maria-sama was only 3 years old then.
Well, the same goes for me. I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, of course I wouldn't recognize her. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. Our parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I'd guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me, since I'd been away for 6 years. Still, you've really gotten tall. I wouldn't call myself short, but your height really surprised me.
That's right. I remember well what Battler-sama was like 6 years ago. But I was surprised even so.
Yeah, seriously. I can hardly believe this is the same Battler we knew back then. I'm surprised how much everyone remembers about it. My memory's all hazy. Yeah, I'll bet. Looks like it's taking you a while to remember us. You know, that hurts a bit. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? I'm the one who has it bad, being forced to remember.
Are you saying that you can't remember well because it was 6 years ago? I can remember it as clearly as if it had happened yesterday.
Well, your memory is great after all. You remember the kind of things Battler did and said back then pretty clearly, don't you? Come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory can be incredible when you'd least expect it.
Ooh! I'm horrible at remembering. I remember fun things, but can't remember boring things at all. Ooh!
We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that. Shannon, by the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Hey, OBS. Chill. Don't you turn red without me looking. Don't you dare do it. Stop.
Let's see. I'm sure that he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. I'll surely come for you riding a white horse.
Ah, stop it! So embarrassing! Sounds just like something you'd say. Yeah, I remember you always used to be full of those stupid lines, Battler. It really does sound like something Battler-kun would have said back then.
Ooh, embarrassing? Is that embarrassing?
Yeah, horribly embarrassing. Maria, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you'll want to say embarrassing stuff like that. When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. Still, everyone has to pass through that pitiful period. That's right, that's how you learn your place, learn shame, and become an adult. Yeah, it's one of those bittersweet things everyone does in adolescence, as they transition to becoming adults. A memory you just want to forget. After all, this was all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking. So I didn't remember the words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness, and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts, but I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there's nothing I can do about it. Dare I say, he was born stupid. I'm sorry for being born stupid, says Battler daily. Shannon, do you remember any other embarrassing stuff?
Yes, well, I remember a few other things, but since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I'll refrain from saying any more.
To be brutally honest, I don't remember this at all. Please, don't make me remember.
Ooh, Shannon's bullying Battler? Ooh, you can't. You shouldn't bully people.
She isn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? But Shannon, you'll have to tell me all about it sometime Battler isn't around. It sounds pretty interesting.
Yes, certainly.
No, you can't, Shannon-chan! For a while, George Aniki laughed at me, as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell him about more of my embarrassing misspeaks. George looked like he was flirting with Shannon, but he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins, but he always took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George Aniki and Shannon-chan joined in. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively. Hey, Jessica, is George Aniki, going out with Shannon-chan? Oh? How'd you guess? Battler, you've got a keener eye for people than I thought. Huh, what? I was just kidding, but they're actually going out? Shh! Your voice is too loud. It looks like they're keeping it secret for now, okay? It'd be better if nobody found out about it, especially on Ava. I see. Love with the servant, huh? Yeah, but since when? Oh, I guess a lot can happen in 6 years. But yeah, Aniki's an amazing person, and Shannon-chan seems to be kind and brave, so they might make a pretty good match. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see, she really fits well with George Aniki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shannon-chan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. Ugh, I can't take it. How long have they been going out? That depends on what you call going out, but I think it's been at least a year. But if you count the time they both had one-sided feelings, it'd probably be several years. Before I'd realized it, the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach talking about something. They looked calm, and rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked like a more serious one, as though they were already engaged. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? I've just gotten taller. It was just a waste of time, 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad. What about you, Battler? You got a girlfriend? I wonder. There's a few girls that I have fun with, but there's no only one. I guess I'm just a kid. I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person. Polly. That's still you, Battler. But take your relationships with your female friends seriously. When girls get wrong impressions or form a group, it can be scary, you know? They might be having secret feuds over you behind your back with people getting hurt or crying. That's so weird. I think I remember getting the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's this all about? Why can't everyone just have fun together? Do people really want to couple up that much? It's probably because you've never found a partner like that, Battler. Well, you might run into someone sooner or later. You've just gotta wait patiently. What? It almost sounds like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Huh? Me? No. Come on, that reaction's so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy you're thinking about, but you haven't been able to confess to him yet. Something like that. No, that's not it. Shut up. Who cares about that? If you're the one who brought up this subject, why are you yelling at me now? Women are creatures who always ask questions, and yet almost never answer them. What cruel creatures, seriously? Dude, you can't call women creatures! Well, I did try to confess once. Well, I struck out pretty badly. Did you get an I'm sorry? No, well, my feelings were seriously one-sided, and they didn't really know how to respond, I guess. It was like they didn't view me that way at all. Well, I can understand that. You talk like a man, after all. If you don't act a bit more graceful, you won't be able to catch a boy's interest. Oh my god, what is with all of these damn men? The fucking author said, I know exactly how bad men are. I know it. I can write it. But I can also be like, what is wrong with you guys? Big respect for this man. Is it really the way I speak? Is it really? The way I speak really... Is the way I speak really that bad? Well, how you talk isn't everything. But when people like you, who usually have a rough style of speech, suddenly start working hard to talk more normally, well, there are guys out there whose heart'll skip a beat when they see how determined you are. Is that really true? I see. Yeah. Jessica suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see, even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close George, Aniki, and Shanon-chan have gotten, I also kind of want to find a girlfriend. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer, but even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex. More than just the size of their boobs. By the way, it looks like George Aniki's going out with a servant. Don't tell me it's the same for you. Huh? What? Why do you think that? Come to think of it, that kid Kanon-kun who greeted us in the Rose Garden. You were covering for him pretty intensely, considering he was just a little awkward at talking. No, that's not... Now you're getting paranoid! Then tell me just one thing. Right now, is the boy you're after within 1 kilometer of this spot? Well, about that, I wonder... Kanon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend. So judging by her reaction, I was right on. I didn't think of the Ushirimiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant. I wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Ava would probably become an obstacle to George Aniki and Shanon-chan's love. If Aunt Ava ever learned that Shanon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. And a relationship between Jessica and Kanon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. Aunt Natsuhi was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushirimiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. Well, love is different for every person. As long as you're with someone who's fun to be around, does anything else matter? When 2 people pair up, they don't need anyone's permission, as long as they accept each other. Worrying about what your parents or family will say means you've already lost. Don't forget that. You'd better not go out with someone with mixed feelings. I can't believe you're saying something so philosophical sounding when you haven't even been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about heart. That's all I have to say. Well then, see you again. Have a nice day. George, Nissan, Shannon, listen! This guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't say anything. Don't make fun of me.
Ooh, I heard it. See you again.
But in a different fucking language. I don't know another language enough to say this. Yeah, I don't know enough French for this. I get close, but then I'm like, no. For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. I grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all of my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushirimiya family. It sure is nice to have all the cousins together every once in a while.
Ooh, I like it too. It's really fun when all the cousins get together.
That's right. We're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. It might not be a bad idea to gather the cousins together and play every once in a while. That's a good plan. Maybe we should set up something like that the next time we get a chance. Yeah, I agree. I hope we cousins can stay friends forever. Hey, if you make such a big deal of it, you almost make it sound like relatives usually end up hating each other. I'm gonna take a sip of water this time. Just in case. Ugh. Awful. Hate water. It sucks. Water sucks and is nasty, but it's the best for, like, your throat. Okay. Oh, you're gonna posture check me too? Okay. I love that every time someone does a posture check, I just do a stretch also. Ugh. Okay. Okay. George, Aniki, and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride and at the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself. You're right. It's just like Jessica said. Let's always be friends to each other.
Ooh, me too. We're all friends.
That's right. Yeah. We'll always be together. We'll always be friends. Man, we've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff. I feel kinda awkward.
But I think it's very important. People are creatures who find it very hard to stay together, much less remain friends, unless they truly desire it.
That's right. You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted.
Ooh, a witch I know said it. Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it.
That's true. Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief. If we all believe in that, I'm sure it will bring us happiness. Alright, well, if we're doing embarrassing stuff already, let's all swear to believe in this together, okay? That we'll always be friendly, that we'll always be happy. Like hell we'll end up like our parents. As if we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune. Okay, we'll always be friendly and happy. Let's all believe in that. No matter how much we cousins tried to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continued to approach Rokkenjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we were renewing our old friendship, and we all believed together that we could find happiness. That's why I want this pair of days to end without anything weird happening, in peace and happiness, and calmly. No, I don't just want them to end. Please, let them end. Ugh! Ugh, shit! Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, fuck this bitch, my god. Beatrice said, this game has jump scares in it. Lmao. Oh my god. Let them end? Damn it! Don't show up! Don't appear! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Sorry to keep you waiting. I've finally prepared a new game. Come, let us begin this tale of tragedy. Come to me, winds, rain, typhoon. Cut this island off from the real world. Throw Rokenjima into another realm, into the spirit world, into a world of fantasy. God, what a bitch. Battler just like chill, just like, yay! We're gonna be friends, and we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave this place. Nothing weird will oh, fuck! And so the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or third time? It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Would Battler surrender first, or would the witch? What a bitch! Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked.
Not here! Not here! My rose! That we marked isn't here!
Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here. And yet it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation at not being able to find something that should have been there. And moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd been able to see it if she looked at a different angle. But even though she did that, there is no way to find something that wasn't there. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she couldn't find her rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting Maria were suddenly blocked. Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there, protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was John Cena! Was the witch she admired, Beatrice.
Beatrice!
What are you doing so frantically in the middle of all this rain? You could catch a cold like this. Even witches have to care for their own health.
I can't find my rose. Ooh. No matter how many times I search, even though it should have been here, I can't find it.
Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. So you can't find it. If you are a witch's apprentice, you shouldn't use magic to search for the rose. I believe that searching with just your eyes won't be nearly enough.
Oh, I can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but I can't find it.
I think practicing your magic is a very good thing, but it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also one of a teacher's duties.
Thank you, Beatrice.
Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew that there is nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. All things in this world are transitory. Too bad, Maria. It seems your rose couldn't withstand all of this wind and rain.
And my rose?
It was uprooted by the wind, and is no longer of this world.
Ooh.
What Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There is nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in this strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this, and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan.
No!
Hmm?
No! It's my rose! My rose won't come back, no! I'll bring it back to life with my magic! Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic!
Ha! It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic. Know your place!
Ooh.
Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression. Very well. I will lend you my power, the hidden art that can revive a rose.
Really?
Indeed. Well then, concentrate the power of your heart. Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the wind, and search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your heart.
Ooh.
Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words.
Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have?
Wrong order. Oops.
Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have?
Don't look, don't listen, and believe. Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it. That's it. Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria held? Lost soul of the rose, gather into one and remember your form. Come, gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen, and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies, and they began to gather at the tip of that finger. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. It then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the witch, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated in her heart would be cut off, and the magic would be lost. I like that there's, like, staples in my Kigu. It's weird. They're very sharp to touch. Interesting. Anyways. I've just been, like, poking them and, like, wow, that's very sharp and definitely could hurt. And then it's like, oh, it's staples. Small staples. Cool. Neat. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then, the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower. And when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkle scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose. Well, let me just zip this back up. It looks like you've remembered a splendid rose. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell it apart. Shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, fluttered around, and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. That will do. Maria, you may open your eyes now.
Ooh? Where's the rose? It's not here. Not here.
Not over there, over here. Look, I've marked it with golden lace.
Wow, you did! Awesome, 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 awesome! Thank you, Beato. Thank you, Beato. I want to become a witch quickly, a great witch like you.
And you can. Long ago, I too wished for that innocently, just as you do, and I have attained that level. Maria was ecstatic over the revived rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try, and not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I please. Come, the barrier of the storm has now sealed Rokenjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch Beatrice to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. So, Kinzo, I've come to join in on your fun once more. My preparations are already complete. What of you? Have you prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Of course. I'm fully prepared, Beatrice. I've assembled a plethora of pieces. I'm ready both physically and mentally. So then, let us make the ante. All that you have given should be returned to you in the end. Come, take it. Kinzo flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't think I'll lose. You are mine. Forever. It is almost like he does not know what that means. And it's really funny, because he got that last time. And then he was brutally murdered over and over again. The ring that Kinzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the golden witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? I don't know this man! Who the hell is this? What? As she did, the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform, embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. Are you sure this is a young man? I guess so. He just has a mustache, and I'm like, this motherfucker 40 on the inside. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushirimiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Ronov, is it? It's been quite some time. It seems you have remembered me. You were always a man who took loyalty seriously. God, oh God, what is his fucking voice? It has been quite some time since your last correspondence. Not for a single day have I, Ronov, forgotten that I serve you, milady. I was more afraid that you had forgotten about me. After all, you can be quite forgetful. I see, yes, certainly I am forgetful. I've forgotten even your sarcasm until I heard it again. Milady, take this. With an exaggerated, yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully, and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he'd just caught. It is the Ushirimiya family head's ring, returned to you from Ushirimiya Kinzo. It is now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed, this is Kinzo announcing the start of the game. Of course I'll accept it. So, how shall we play tonight? Shall I prepare the roulette immediately? Or shall I prepare some black tea first? I can't decide which, but first, I need you to greet someone. I'm sure that guy's got his mouth hanging open and can't shut it. Right, Battler? Terrifying. I hate this. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Ronov, and I serve at the side of Milady Beatrice. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. See? His mouth hanging open and he can't shut it, right? They got me. Yeah, no shit, another incomprehensible guy just showed up. There's another fucking incomprehensible guy. Something about the phrase, yeah, no shit, another incomprehensible guy just showed up, is like a mood. That's a fucking emotion. That's working retail and you're having a fucking regional walk. Some fucking random motherfucker. Like, hello? Why are you here? Why did you come here? Jesus fucking shit! Hold on. I'm doing something important. Okay, we can continue. First, I grumble about goat-headed people doing the Bunn dance, and then goat heads start showing up in swarms. And since then, not only have those 7-ass Nasons appeared, but now there's even a butler! It doesn't make sense! Cut it out! By the way, Battler, did you notice? Did you realize that meeting him is a true devil's proof? The devil's proof? What do you mean? He may not look like it, but this guy's one of the 72, a genuine demon. In other words, I've brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist. Ronov holds a noble rank in hell, the 27th highest ranked great demon. He's a pretty useful man. I summoned him at high cost and made him serve me. It is an honor to meet you. While my name is amongst those of the nobles of hell, I now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice-sama, who, despite being a vulgar human, is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before her. He's a very useful man, but he's impudent with his words. Frustratingly enough, he sometimes forgets to respect his master. Nothing in my contract specifies the manner in which I am to speak. Would you like to change that contract? It keeps me entertained, so it's fine. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Ronov turned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally, this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What is this supposed to be? You kind of love him! Oh my god. I feel like I would like him if not for his fucking mustache. Which is, like, so funny, but also so predictably me. I am another who has been subjected to Milady's whims. In that sense, I am sure we could become good friends. This is a handshake of friendship. Of course, this in no way implies your entry into a contract with a demon, so fear not. Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a big fight with your master. I only shake hands with an enemy after we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and are all worn out like something you'd see in a teen drama. Like something you see in a teen drama. Remember that. I see. To shake hands with you, Battler-sama, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location, exchanging sweet words and physical language with you that rings true to your heart. When the opportunity arrives, I shall arrange for such an encounter. I must say, I simply love situations like that myself. What the fuck laugh is that? As Ronov laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, yeah, he's great. He's pretty great. This guy's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Kinda gay. Kinda gay. Pretty gay. Pretty kinda gay. Battler, Bai, and Polly. Battler said, I am not interested in women, per se. But men. Very believable. You're a creepy bastard. I see, just right for Beato's butler. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. I'm very confident in my tea brewing abilities, so please look forward to tea time. Baking cookies is one of my hobbies, so please feel free to request any snacks you may desire. Just what I'd expect from a pair of the same gender. What's happening? You've started getting along well right off the bat. I'm jealous. My. I apologize for making you jealous, milady. I shall not sneakily snatch your guest away from you. Well then, I will leave for now to retake my post as head furniture and greet my subordinates. Please forgive my short absence. Indeed. Only the common goats and the 7 sisters used for the ceremony have manifested themselves. You will be able to finish greeting them in no time. Oh? Those lively 7 sisters are here? I wonder if those naughty girls have grown a little more graceful. If that's graceful, I'll have to doubt the definition of the word graceful. Is that so? Then I suppose you've already had the opportunity to play with those sisters. Judging by your expression, it would seem they're just as naughty as always, even though I am always telling them to act more fitting as servants of Beatrice-sama. What troublesome kids. If that's your problem, don't worry. They actually act perfectly fittingly for their master. Now even you have begun to say it. However, a conversation means that you accept your partner. The fact that you've started to respond to my idle chatting proves that you are gradually starting to accept my existence. That's because even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely, absolutely never accept that you're a witch. You might want to try a more positive approach, like crying and kissing my shoes. Even if Battler was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to attend to a new game, and that preparations were complete. After Ronov exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into several gold butterflies, and disappeared. It is truly pleasing to have such a boisterous atmosphere. How boring were the days when I was trapped alone on this island, unable to regain my power, and lacking anyone to talk to. I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as your butler. But tell me, why has that butler only appeared now? You said something about how only the goats and the Nachons of the Seven Stakes had manifested themselves. What did that mean? Indeed, you still resist, but I am a fully fledged witch. I am in contact with several non-human entities in the spirit world. I'll bet. No sane person would hang out with you. First some goat monsters, then those ass Nachons, and this time a demon butler showed up. I hate to think about it, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if even more weird people appeared. Among the furniture that work at my great golden mansion, how many demons do you think want to come over and play? They will keep coming. Many of them will appear. When the door to the Golden Land is opened, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here on Rokenjima. Then I plan to invite all of my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, I also plan to invite Kinzo's family, you see. You too, if you wish. So, is this what you mean? That since you lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them? And then, since your magic power has been gradually increasing, you've become able to summon more and more monsters? It is as you say. You stopped a hair's breadth before crumbling, but your heart is already wavering, and you are unable to deny that I am a witch. That wavering in your heart has been slowly restoring my power as a witch. So you were trying to say that Creepy Butler appeared because I started to surrender? That's right. Bit by bit you are surrendering to me. Isn't all that humiliation you've suffered in the last game a result of you submitting to me so deeply? Wasn't it great when you had to sacrifice your back for the sake of my feet? Damn it! I thought I'd be able to keep things as they were as long as I didn't accept you. But it looks like that was wrong. Correct. The closer you get to surrendering, the more the game will swing in my favor. Isn't chess the same? In the process of cornering each other's kings, we trade several pieces. Of course, I still haven't cornered your king. And furthermore, you're giving it everything you've got just to help your king escape, and have lost several pieces to me, as well as a large advantage. It is only natural that further developments will tend to turn in my favor. Damn! From now on, you will probably be frantic as you try to avoid my checkmate. However, as you do, I will steal your pieces from you one by one. In the end, you'll have lost everything but your king, and you won't be able to escape no matter how much you try. Then you will receive a true checkmate. You were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how you'd never accept me and would torment me with eternal torture. Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity. That's been beyond you ever since the very beginning. She got it. She took care of the laugh there. Who the fuck? Okay. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the Epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the Epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Okay.
Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden.
When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then, they all broke the silence at once. Ridiculous! What a worthless, vicious prank! Seriously. There's no way Father gave up the head's ring. Beatrice? Ha! What a transparent prank, hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name. Hold on. Next! Oh no! Oh no! How the fuck was I supposed to know they were gonna pull a whole thing on me? Oh my Jesus God! Okay, hold on. No, I have to see that again. Hold on. Okay. Jesus fucking God. Ugh. One of the 72 great demons works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. In the high society of witches, employing him has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat abilities are unknown. Beatrice, the endless witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She is known for being exceptionally cruel, even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the cruelest fate they can possibly be given, and she toys with her victims even further by piling on one after another. This witch is extremely powerful, but word has it that she sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns, so that her means end up becoming her goals. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory. High-quality furniture created by Beatrice. Satan takes on the role of the constantly angry class president among the sisters. She's always quick to scold people, which is why the other sisters are so scared of her. For that reason, no one's ever willing to talk back to her, and she's actually quite lonely all the time. She'll sometimes intentionally do things that ought to get her in trouble, but none of the sisters ever scold this lonely furniture back. Please tell me I can look at all of the sisters. Oh my god. I just gotta keep clicking on them. I love their little boots! Elzabob is the gourmet of the sisters and is known for being a big and picky eater. Her personality is similar to Mamon's, and the two sisters often fight over the same thing. She's always talking about food, which makes her a calming influence among the sisters. However, she also has that disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and store them in the food cellar. Belphegor is well trusted and known for being a reticent, serious, and responsible piece of furniture. However, this is partly due to her demonic desire to turn her masters into useless, lazy pigs. In that sense, she might be the most demonic of all the sisters. She's serious to a fault, and not at all used to being treated kindly instead of the other way around. Leviathan often represents the other younger sisters when speaking to Lucifer. Deep down, she has a brutal, deeply envious nature, and is adept at spotting people's weaknesses. However, she's more of a selfish crybaby than a person burning with envy. For some reason, she's not very good at handling tough situations, and she often ends up coming in last among the sisters, getting the short end of the stick and crying. Lucifer is the oldest of the sisters, and therefore their leader. Because of this, she claims to be the strongest of them all, but she's secretly aware that she's actually the least talented. However, she has always acted with arrogance in an attempt to hide this fact from the others. Her greatest fear is that her sisters will scorn her if they ever find out. Oh god. We did this one. Yeah. As the youngest of the sisters, Asmodeus is always doted upon. This might be why she alone is kept out of the way when an even slightly lewd topic comes up. She's always looking for a boyfriend in the hopes that her sisters will finally accept her as an adult. However, she keeps aiming too high, and whiles away each day dreaming of the prince who will never come. It's so fucking sad. How many of these bitches have we seen? I hope you were counting, because I wasn't. Oh god. Okay. We've seen Leviathan. We've seen Beelzebub. Okay. Asmodeus. Satan. Come on. You know what you're doing. Belphegor. Okay, that's 5. Okay. Oh my god. This is cruelty. Okay, we're at 6. Okay, we didn't even see this one! Mammon is quick to grab whatever she wants without any concern for her sisters. Her motto is monopolized through greed, which means she's usually the main cause of arguments between the sisters. However, she is also the most honest about her own feelings, and the most likely to try and please the opposite sex. She may be greedy, but she's a hard worker who will stop at nothing to capture her target's affections for all eternity. Okay. We've seen. Okay. Yup. Please. There's gotta be one more. Or have we seen all of them now? I wasn't counting, but I was paying attention, but I wasn't counting. I was counting physically, but I wasn't paying attention to which ones we've seen. Oh god. Whichever one we didn't fucking read the thing of, will kill us. That's just what will happen. Okay, cool, great. I think this is all of them. I'm going to assume this is all of them. I have no choice, to be honest. Can't just... Okay. All of the goats! All of the goats. Low-level furniture in service to Beatrice. They are great in number, but silent and lacking personality. They obediently follow their master's orders. Their senses are closer to those of animals than humans, and they're surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature a massive build like a minotaur's, and fearsome superhuman strength. They may be a low-level furniture, but the ability to summon an inexhaustible supply of them makes them extremely convenient. Okay, I don't want to look at them anymore. Me. Oh, I should read quickly. I do not want anything to happen on that side of the screen. That would be terrifying, and I would be mad. Wait. Don't show me the goats. Show me these bitches. Show me their new oh, they look bad! Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Disaster! Disaster! No, this is objectively better. Jesus fuck, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god, they looked so bad. They looked so bad. Ah! Ah! Discord does not like to recognize my yells as speech. It's like, no the fuck, that's not language. Come on, dude. Anyways. Now that I'm not looking at scary goats, I can put both of my headphones back in. I was too scared. Hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much punch? I'm gonna applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay? Rosa?
Of course not! I wouldn't pull a prank by assuming father's name!
Then Aneki? Aniki?
Me? Are you an idiot?
It was Nissan, right? Only he could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Who is behind this ill-natured prank? Kraus beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared most of them. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to father's assets. Considering that the whole point of this family conference is the discussion of that subject, I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank. We can't be sure. Maybe it really is one of father's shady pranks. He might have planned this to shock us a bit, since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him. If Dad was the one who planned this, then we can't take what Maria-chan just read aloud as a joke, right? That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father. The Epitaph of the Witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any one of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice. That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance, along with all of his wealth, right?
See? My magic granted your wish. Nothing so foolish could possibly be the case. It is an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushiramiya family headship. Well, doesn't this letter shake that? This is a message from the person who has given full rights to all of Father's wealth. Nissan's right to become the head has returned to a blank slate. The person who solves the riddle, the person who finds Beatrice's gold, will become the next head of the Ushiramiya family. Ridiculous. Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing? There's no way we could trust that. Then let's try to go and ask Father directly. At this point, you can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right? The sealed wax clearly shows that this was from Father's representative. If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nissan. Show that this letter does not contain Father's will. Very well. It is just as you say. It no longer matters whether Father's in a good mood. It no longer matters whether Father's in a good mood or not. Let us go up and ask him directly.
Let's do it. We'll ask Dad directly. Dad is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way? Then again, I guess that would be like him.
I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption that this letter came from Father.
Stupid Rosa! Isn't it obviously from Father? That letter is Father's. Isn't it obvious that he's giving the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, you brainless idiot! Oh God. Oh God.
Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die.
I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. Jesus fuck. Terrifying. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter, but after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Ava changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous! How can adults like you take such a worthless prank like this seriously? I don't need to be Father to understand his contempt. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Natsuhi-san, all we gotta do is ask Father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if Father just tells us that he doesn't know about any letter? Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay?
He's still scared of Father at his age. That idiot. If only he'd just give up and die.
Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks for just a moment. It's decided. Let's go. Kirie, wait here for a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goda-san to bring in dessert. Oh God. The four siblings, Natsuhi and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. That's 6 people, huh? Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kirie, who just shrugged, were left. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adults' sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she'd just read. What in the world was all that about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Oh God, give me a second. Ugh. Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us, so you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that, they were so blatant about it. I can't believe them, showing off their greed like that.
Ooh, everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. Ooh.
That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan, you too. I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it at all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We'd been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard, but forget it for now. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please, don't look at your injured parents with those cold eyes when they come back. No matter how much you ask us, Kirie-san, that'll be tough. If we could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids.
Ooh! Everyone be happy! Can't get dark!
Maria right now is all the people that try to be like, oh, we should all be friends and be positive after like a person is announced as a fucking abuser. The same shit. Same shit. The difference is that Maria is a fucking 9-year-old. And then it's just adults that are like this. Ouch. Anyways.
Believe! If everyone doesn't believe, we can be happy. That happiness will get away. Everyone has to believe. Ooh!
I like the sound of that. I'll believe too. I'll believe we can find happiness.
Ooh! Aunt Kirie, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is also always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Ooh!
Kirie-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met.
Ooh? Aunt Kirie believed. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe.
Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe.
Yeah!
More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kirie-san said that, Jessica, George Aniki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler.
Ooh? What?
Who gave you that letter?
Beatrice!
The witch drawn in that portrait?
Ooh! She gave me this letter and an umbrella. And she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything.
Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. Okay. System. Where's the tips? Oh, he just got the epitaph now. Oh god. Okay. Let's save the game. I'm gonna save over this spot, and I'm gonna take a 15-minute break to eat more pizza and stretch, and I don't know, look at Twitter probably. But this time I'll actually keep track of like how long I'm gone, so it's not like a forever. Anyways, it's break time. Yay! Okay, we're back. Alright, here we go. Here we go now. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that, in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. Also, thank you, Panda Magic, for the follow. I was on my 15-minute break, so I don't destroy my body completely. You know how it is. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, And then, considering his character, if Grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then, considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though Grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Ava and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. God, these fucking faces. These are, I want the money faces. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice. There is no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Ushiromiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice, no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out in tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of that strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate, and in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money, something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George Aniki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? George Nissan, you can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry anymore after this. It's so fucking sad. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that somewhere in the rain a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter and is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Sean or someone to put on the dress from that portrait, and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that Grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's good at riling people up. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does, in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart. It doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria, I see, I guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria-chan's words to heart, you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad and with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter are pretty simple. I'm chewing on an Altoid right now. Okay. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushirimiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushirimiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling— Oh my lord! Sentences! Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushirimiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the 4 siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. That's right. And the mere fact that you've realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. It is not certain that Father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushirimiya family? Would you give it a rest, Ava? You too, Natsuhi-san. That topic's finished for now.
Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over.
That sounds good. Would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Aneki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher.
Yes, understood.
Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require?
No, please leave us.
Yes. Then if you will excuse me, if you need anything, call me at any time. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. I wonder.
They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold.
A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, we should have fired all of the servants of the One-Winged Eagle, no matter what excuses we had to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All of the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter.
But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the girls' garden.
Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest Beatrice-sama came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Rosa, you used to believe in that so much, it really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe at this age. In the Witch of the Forest.
If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear, but no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person.
That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. What? Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kirie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here? And from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kirie-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in that fairy tale-like legend of the witch. Is this another topic to insult Father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him. I wonder. However, this is Father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? Why's everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So it must be something like this. Everyone suspects that Father had a mistress named Beatrice, secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsuhi snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island, specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. I'm sorry, Natsuhi-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor started a long time ago. He handled the construction on this island entirely on his own. People have always guessed he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that, hidden somewhere on this island, there's a secret mansion none of us know about. I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiramiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in? That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that this blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard, the legend of the Rokunjima witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiramiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights, we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Aniki? Ooh, I need water. Okay, water has been consumed. Yeah, Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress, living in secrecy on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous? That they might actually be somewhere around here? Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan from the perspective of risk management. It's probably much more prudent to say she might exist, rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now.
It's fine, I don't mind.
Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst-case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Okay? Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. OBS. Chill out. My God. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, Father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. Yeah. Since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that, at one time, I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen, and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure. He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that'd be going to meet his mistress, probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say, yes, yes, as though that this was quite obvious, Ava got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Ava's words spoke for what all the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Kinzo's mistress been living there, in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kirie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about Father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. People and materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. Since Father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume he had it all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara. Probably. As Father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiramiya family. We could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps Father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave Father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with the mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiramiya family from its crisis. I don't know if what Natsuhi-san's saying has a ring of truth to it or not, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. Aniki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there, too. Do you think Rokenjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that, although you say you're opening a resort, you have really been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings. Oh, he is not still talking. That is just narration. Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings, who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Oh! And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too. The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale, but the story about some blonde-haired girl secretly living in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Welcome back. How was your... You took a shower, you're fine. Well... When the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. The mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. It sounds like the kind of situation Father would like. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. It feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, on which the Ushirimiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known, except what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right? Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and in a way that would satisfy Father. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. And it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup, the daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? Woof, woof. My eyes are getting a little blurry. So I'll probably stop around 11. When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If Father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person, and therefore impossible, doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Indeed. You should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. It's fucking madness. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kirie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's legend of the gold started before he gained possession of Rokinjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like, I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach. Almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. I can easily imagine that given the contents of that letter. You should talk. Strauss laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back. Okay, let me sit up a little bit more. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, Aniki. Ooh, that sounded terrible. Okay, I have to drink more water. Okay, I drank water. What did Aniki? So if everything we're thinking's true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother. Okay, I will stretch. Oh. 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 Other side. Oh. Okay, thank you for the stretch, Redeem. And a magic. I've stretched. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. I just sound like I'm in hell. Yeah, 'cause I am. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and Father was set up as the Ushirimiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything. It sounded like the stretch was needed. It was. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the Epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of Father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. I see, so that's it. Wow, everyone has a vaguely Texan accent, almost like I'm from Texas at this point. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushirimiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo never loved. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action, far above her place. What disregard for her own position! Natsuki turned red, her fist quivering. She had also come into the Ushirimiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Ushirimiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants to make us struggle over that to see who's worthy. As Ava giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place... Oh, God. Okay, I'm fine. Maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. Another... Okay, I will hydrate again. I need it. Thank you. Hello there. Okay, this can be a lot of things. Can I just say Nick? Can I just say Nick? Hello. How's it going? How's your night? Cool. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's Father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. This is my first time reading Umineko. I watched the anime growing up a couple times. So like this is the part that I'm like vaguely remember, like I vaguely remember it. Like not in detail or anything, but like I've seen this much. But I'm excited to get to the second half where I don't know anything. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Thank you for the follow, Nick. The good music is here. Isn't that harsh? It's like she's given us a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely, say, hey, here's the answer, I'll take the headship now, and snatch everything away from us. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. It really is strange. That certainly was the case. If the Epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the Epitaph, and then planned to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. No. If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. God, this music's so good. My bitrate looks like a nightmare. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aneki. Kirie, please keep talking. Why do you think that? After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Ushiramiya family headship just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they'd assume we'd just give up after being told the answer to a riddle. That we'd just say, here you go, and hand it over. Of course, the headship of the Ushiramiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all, this won't truly count as a game. Ooh, take note of that. Write that shit down. You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. And what might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see. I get it too. In other words, it's a trade? Huh? What do you mean? A trade? Trade what? The Ushiramiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold, and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushiramiya family headship. Ridiculous! They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushiramiya family for money? That's blasphemy! Blasphemy against the Ushiramiya family! Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushiramiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Our financial situation has nothing to... Kraus interrupted Natsuki as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation's really bad too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Misan? You have no talent! Who are you saying he has no talent? And what do you mean, financial straits? Natsuki became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Aneki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So, this is what Kirie is trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble. And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. Oof. 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 Is your family worth, like, $100 million? Is it? The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. This isn't funny. To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin, just because she had a little money stored up. Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We've got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushirimiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance, versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kinda jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushirimiya family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Natsuki, stay quiet for a while. Dear! This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen. 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons. That's 2 billion. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushirimiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick out this fuck. Am I reading? Who am I? We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Ooh. 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 If the 3 younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Ah, the number of dropped frames is my birth year now. Great. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokinjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushiromiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game, not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the Epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it, so Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kirie still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet, she had gone to all this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the Epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the Epitaph solver? Kirie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the Epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here 4 father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives, who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? Damn, Beatrice just likes to play games. She just likes to play. She's just avoiding boredom, and she'll follow the fucking rules to do that. Very interesting bitch. Like her a lot. Now the number of dropped frames is 4 years from now. Where am I? Okay. That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk. I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter. But I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by Father, but by her. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will solve the riddle. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh? Okay, the time didn't really go much of anywhere. Cool. Whoa. Purple. I have to take a sip of water. Mmm. I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people, which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Pardon me. Battler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Ronov, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my. Such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully, they would be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beato, who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Ronov mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally, and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person. Yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there. So the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Battler-sama, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear. Or should I say, a shield? In any event, In contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room, there were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as a 19th person existed. In the very first game, Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that had already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18th person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course I knew you'd probably try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like, there's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we will always counterattack by telling you to show some proof, because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist. Oh god. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheap moves. And that's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokunjima, separate from the Ushirimiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called an actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does, because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible to show any proof that witches don't exist, and deny Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist, and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means, if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Hello there, Hika. How's it going? It's like really funny because it's like, okay, Battler, you can maybe argue for like 19, like there being a 19th person, but like, oh, what if there's 100 people? And it's like, how the fuck would they put 100 people on this island, Battler? With no place to live? What the fuck? It's like, God, there's much smarter ways to go about this. Anywho. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, that means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch, and after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. I'm fighting a witch! I need to fight dirty to deny this witch! Oh god, oh god. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Battler-sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move you presented called the Devil's Proof. It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. But couldn't Beato easily deny and resolve anything she wants? She'll literally just like show up and say, "That's stupid as fuck," in red, and then there's nothing you can do about it. Yo, bro, that's a dumbass thing to say in red, and then you're like, oh, well, fuck then. I don't know. Let me think some more. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Oh god. Oh, she's here. Just then, Ah, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. God, do you like how I just called it? If it isn't Milady, good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof. Ronov, I will make this move. She is here. She is fucking here. That beautiful smile. That award-winning smile. Do not get in the way of my fun. So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch? I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that, right? How rude! Is that true? Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it is a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that? If you instead prove that birds that aren't black equal not ravens, would you reach the same argument? Oh god, did I read that right? No. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that? If you instead prove that birds that aren't black equal not ravens, you would reach the same argument. If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens, and prove that none of them are black, then as a result you can claim that therefore black birds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? Yeah, no kidding. I've got no idea what you're saying. Me, right now, just like... Did I read that right? Hello? Where am I? I'm lost now. Battler-sama, what about this example? Let us say you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win, it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B, then not A is also true. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move. That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner, equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it, this box isn't the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human on... Because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches. Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18, equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person, the culprit is one of the 18. Oh god. Huh? What do you mean? Only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Ronov, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie-in-a-box analogy. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th person's box. Oh god. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack. What the hell? If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18-person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes? So, that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword? That's right! As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. God, give me a second. I'm water again. I'm a plant. I have to water myself. There we go. I see. Temple's Raven. So this is a countering technique? Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. Oh my god. Okay. How to understand Umineko equals how to understand Kingdom Hearts. It's really funny because I think I understand Kingdom Hearts. I definitely don't understand Umineko yet. Oh god, can I move this? Is there a good way for me to move this? Let me lock everything else in this folder. Okay. Now can I just grab this? Lock this, and then... Okay. No, I don't want to grab that. Hold on. This is complicated. Oh, I have to unlock this. And now only... Come on. Just let me fix the one thing. Okay. There we go. It's okay, it's fixed now. We're all good. I think. Are those 2 dead pixels or did I fuck something up? No, that's just the image. It's just the image? What? Hold on. It is. Odd. Strange. Anyways, I have no interest in fixing that right now. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Ah! 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 Okay, enough's yelling at my fucking microphone in my own house. Okay, I'm gonna consume an Altoid and then continue. Ugh, okay. Awesome. Poggers. Poggers champ. The champ? He's pogging right now. Ah! And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1. But 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine. But then Vito struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb is in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll almost be absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Yeah, we went from cookies to bombs. We said, okay, cookies is like fun. You get the cookie and you're like, yay! But like, if it's a bomb, you get it and you're like, fuck! Very fun. Very festive. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence, sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them! In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Vito only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. Oof. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Himple's Raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Himple's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. Just use one of the 18 as a scapegoat and call it good. Just be like, I think, personally, that it's always Kraus. I think it's always Kraus. And then it's always Kraus. So you can just say, Kraus is evil. And then no one can say anything because, well, You gonna go through the process of explaining to me why Kraus didn't do it? He could have done it. Kraus could have done everything. He's the one who knows anything about gold. It's all Kraus. All Kraus's motherfucking fault. So it's Kraus we're worried about. So Kraus is the scapegoat and everyone else is innocent. All right, we're done here. In the fucking game, Beatrice. You don't exist. It's Kraus. You're done. Solved. Umineko solved. That's it. That's all you had to do. For example, let's say I make the proposition, all humans except me equal foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you'd need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equal foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race are foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world, this Hempel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument! It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the blessed equal the servants of a god, the contrapositive is, a human is not a servant of God, he must not be blessed. So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who do not receive such protection. So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. Damn. You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy. It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent, and the witch doesn't exist, I say, therefore I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person. We can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right? Oops, mistakey. Oops. Well, sorry, Battler, you just kind of told her, hey, if it's not a 19th person, it could be a witch. Game fucking over. Oopsie doodle. I want to sip more water. Voice acting is hard. I will go until the next stopping point, because I'm flu. For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people? And still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. That was a gross hiccup. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in. We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? Ah, wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple, but if we're gonna use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you'll think up a 20th person and claim they are the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you have been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. How foolish! Who do you think I am? I am the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds, you will summon a 23rd person and a 34th person and a big-ass numbered person. Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me. Aw, thank you. I'm glad I nailed the laugh. She is a crazy bitch. Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. I have the power to speak the truth in red. Here it comes! When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. See, Battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face. What? Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You've brought out your trump card again. So? How and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time? Huh. What do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed? Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see. What'll you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right, to use your Hempel's Raven. First, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit, that's right, that might be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you no longer even have an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Try taking it out, that treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her up into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid, because my victory condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be a human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie, that a good fortress has one, and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step, make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Ronov cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Ronov, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. Let me, switch back to normal Bunn. Okay. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Battler? This isn't getting us anywhere. Then should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? The usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. Doesn't it also kind of him saying that, wouldn't that triple say that there's a witch? Oh, there's 18 people on this island. She could just say that there's 18 people and that she killed everybody. But I guess that's kind of not the point they're arguing right now. I refuse. God, this face is really good. I won't say why. Whew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike, even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which would have been as good as forking a rook and the king. Oh god. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you, a person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island and hiding for several decades. Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years? A human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my Devil's Proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right, she couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? God, this fucking bastard. After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with the human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through an enemy's forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth, and they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. Damn. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth, inside which they can endure. That was a bad reading of a sentence. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that, from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want? Do as you wish. I have refused to repeat what you have told me. Isn't that enough for now? She doesn't like being teased. The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it's sheathed. In fact, there are times when it can still instill more fear because it is sheathed. It doesn't matter if there's 18 people or whatever, because, oh, dun dun dun, the 18 people he thinks are people are not all people. Oh shit! No. That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it that way, yeah, it's a sheathed treasured sword. So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We have still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now. Damn. Oof. Woof. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted by the sound of Ronov's applause. Spectacular, Battler-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. Ada, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Battler-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronov, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Elzabob to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time, she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Oh, shit. Don't fucking laugh and then cut to nonsense. I'm like, I should just stop, but I'm not going to. I want to get to I want to stop at a better spot. Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time, she had hung her head, and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry. Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it. The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is there something you're worrying about? No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kirie's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. No, She swallowed whatever it was she had been She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Wow, that was a big drop. Big drop. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Is she fucking pregnant? Did you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying by yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice. I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Ah! It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Calm yourself, Rosa-san. I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning, and a second, it backs up our earlier guess. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsuhi-san, the pitcher, please. Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself. That is true. We did know previously that Beatrice is not fucking alive. But, great. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Well. Well, this is a good stopping spot. Kind of a cliffhanger, TM, haha. Kind of a fun little cliffhanger to stop on. Ha 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 ho. I want to see the next, just in case. Nothing new? Cool. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. Beatrice is just so fun. I love her. My fucking god. Jesus fuck, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, that's the stream. That's the fucking stream. Go home. No, I'm kidding. Oh right, today's punishment stream time. I want to see the punishment stream. We're going to go see the punishment stream. Oh, that was a mistype. Okay. Okay, we're going. We're going to go see the punishment. We're going to go punish. Okay. Thank you all for coming. This is the raid message. That's the raid message. Cool. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. Thanks for coming, guys. This was fun. This was a good start into chapter 3. I will be streaming Umineko on Fridays. I will try to be a lot more consistent with my schedule. But if I do happen to miss a week, then I will like try to cover for it with like a longer session or like make up for it on a different day. Like Saturday is usually my go-to makeup day. But thank you for coming. Yeah, we're getting to good stuff. Hell yeah. Okay, have fun. Bye.